Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I hope you had a fantastic day. Now I said something like, we make a watch party today. Somewhere on the world is still today. But was after the marathon stream yesterday, I was completely destroyed. So yeah, but now I'm back and feel like, okay, we can do this really quick. We will watch Rings of Power, what's it called? Season 2, Episode 4. That's on the list of to watch things to watch for today. No, only Episode 4 is out. Like they released on the first release date, still today in the UK. Exactly. That's all that matters. 10 hours. Yeah, the stream was 10 hours yesterday. I know. Let's not talk about the stream yesterday. But no, on the initial release, when the show launched for season 2, they released 3 episodes and then every week 1 episode, which is better for us creators to cover, because then we don't have to cover 3 episodes, which is madness. Oh yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome Priscilla. She wrote she has to go to bed. Well, the time here is unfortunate for Europeans, most of them. I know that. I'm sorry. I thought about moving it to Saturday, but I said whatever. Just get it behind us. If there's a phrasing in English, I don't know. The amazing bad boy is here. He said what in time once. Well, you could disagree with that heavily. My being on time is questionable. Let's put it that way. Also, Nico is here. Welcome. Rosemary is also here. I was a bit sleepy today. Yeah, strange. I also don't know why. Like I said, I was also completely destroyed today. So it was tough. It was really tough. Not gonna lie. How many hours was this yesterday? 10 hours 2020. I got some comments from other creators who asked me if I'm completely fallen into madness. I said it was always like that. So there is no big surprise when it comes to this. We have the same problem as last time with the timer, because I did not look into the timer thing. I mean, we have some time in theory. We could argue, Chris, maybe look into the timer thing. Did I delete it? That would be so bad. Like, I programmed a timer. I reprogrammed the timer script at one point. The problem is I can't do this here on the fly. I have this advanced timer script thing. And I added something to it so I could offset time. God blast. I'm not sure how I called the variable for it, or if this script is even correct. I can't remember. It's just too long ago. Maybe I should just search for the file on my hard drive. That might do the trick. In the meantime, yeah, I hope your people do well and have a fantastic day. Tobias and Lucas were here yesterday. I mean, they're potentially busy, and they have the honor to have me on their stream on Sunday, 19 o'clock, I think. Then we discuss episode 4 there in German. I haven't seen 4th episode. What level should my hope be from 1 to 10? Well, it depends a bit on how you react to extreme fan service and putting fan service in for the means of fan service. If you don't mind, I think it was a decent episode for the most part. or even say maybe a good episode. Though if it annoys you heavily, then you might absolutely hate this episode. So from 1 to... And this episode's never a 10. I think none of the episodes of Rings of Power are a 10. But let's say if the best episode is a solid 7 or something, then it goes from 1 to 7. It's a bit hard, Tremoxo, to describe. I feel like this episode is kind of divisive, if that makes sense. The follow age thing, yeah. I don't know why it doesn't work. I can't tell you why the command doesn't work. I wanted to look into it, but I had no time. I had other priorities. You want to go to bed now? You're sitting in a stream for a watch party stream of a show that you haven't seen. Okay. There are great and painful bits. Yeah, that's maybe a good way to look at it. So yeah, I'm also very curious. What was I gonna do? I searched for the script here on my hard drive. Recent. Okay, that doesn't help me. What is this? It's just strange, chat. It's another app data thing. Like I said, the problem I currently have is I need this script to get an offset in. Current time, original time, Man, I'm so sad that I forgot where I stored this file. Hey, there must be plus 3000. Why is it like this? The problem is I would have to program or reprogram this file. I did this in the past. Maybe when I reinstalled, it can't be because I think that the script I downloaded separately for it. You probably have no idea what I'm even talking about, but if I want the timer to not start at 0, but start at a different time, I need a different timer for it. The problem is I have no idea where I stored this file. I mean, it could be on a different thing, but then it would take forever to find. Title, stream stuff. We just search for the file here in the meantime. I don't know, chat. So if I don't find it, which is very likely that this is the case, then what we were going to do is I just start the timer in the meantime in the background already, because yeah, how does this work even? This I should maybe explain. It is a watch party. Obviously, I can't stream the show because then YouTube will ban me with all their might. As a result, I can't restream the show for you here on stream. And technically, I could do this. I know how to do this, but the problem is, like I said, that's illegal. So I can't do that. I can't tell you where to watch the show or anything, except for Amazon Prime. And yeah, the idea is you watch now on. You need the possibility to watch Amazon Prime at the same time this stream. And this stream is basically an audio commentary. And we can discuss a bit in chat what we see, what's going on. That's the idea of that. Sleep well, Schnake. So, start. Okay. We start the timer already because we will skip die Zusammenfassung, as it's called in the Fachsprache. So this time the Zusammenfassung goes only the summary, what happened last episode, goes to 1 minute 44. Then the Vorspann starts. The Vorspann stops round about at 3 minutes, I would estimate. Let's say 3 minutes. It's easy doing. So it brings the timer to 3 minutes, and then we press play. So basically, this is the pre-countdown. Well, we can talk a little bit about how this here works. I give it a punch. Yeah, I'm searching for the file. The problem is I have like, I don't know how many gigabytes of data here on my. It should be on my on C. Maybe I already did it because there is something strange in this timer. Current time NS. I don't know what NS. Nanoseconds maybe, because I have to understand how the timer, the timing function works. It sets to 0. There's a delta. I could swear I put a variable into this that I could just modify. Script properties. Here we have some of the functions. I must have modified this at some point, but like I said, it's a bit too tough to do this in the live stream. It doesn't matter, we reached the 3-minute mark anyway. That's where we will start the show from the Amazon perspective, and then we skip the intro and all the other stuff. So I hope you are prepared. I what is it called? Stop the timer at 3 minutes, and then I give you a countdown. Then we start the stuff here. It should be 3 minutes now. Awesome. So we got this at least. Now we can prepare slowly to watch it, else I just have to do the programming part again and make a backup of this file. That way I assumed it could be, it is not. So that's not looking great. Well, whatever. So chat, 3 minutes in. I'm thinking I'm watching again on German. So in case I answer in German here, it's just because I got confused. And from there we will oh man. Is this where the train wreck happens? I mean, compared to season 1, season 2 so far seems to me far less like a train wreck, to be honest. It's not a beautiful train, but I guess it's a working train. Yeah, somebody on Discord, shoutouts to him. Where was he posting though? Was it on general feedback? stream feedback that was. Someone posted on Discord that in Book of Lost Tales, the Ross wrote and other writings, History of Middle-earth 5, there's a mention of a spark dragon. So maybe there is a lightning casting dragon in Tolkien's world. I think it's just the what do you call this? The dictionary of Tolkien. Some of these notes. Can maybe look into this for a moment, because why not? What other things would we have to do except watching the show? But before we start, maybe it's a good idea to look in Lost Road, other writings. There it is. There it is indeed. It only appears one time, the Spark Dragon, in his dictionary. Bealoke, Tolkien calls it. Same with Lok for Great Serpent Dragon. We have the Uruloke, the Fire Dragon is potentially that, you know. Anguloke, Ramaloke, Winged Dragon. And then there's also the Fealoke, the Lingwiloke, Fish Dragon or Sea Serpent. Something like that. No idea if the Fealoke appears anywhere else. Spark Dragon. Kind of interesting idea. I mean, Tolkien had it first, it seems, as always. Funny thing, it's not even in the search text. Spark Dragon, maybe. Spark Dragons. The mention is here, though. Spark Dragons were a breed of dragons of whom is known as from Glatscher by the Eldar. No story tells of their appearance in the history of Arda, but one can assume that somehow they radiated light. I could also think it's maybe that it was lightning, to be honest. Yeah, local consisting of the root. Race of light. It was maybe a light dragon in comparison, instead of a lightning dragon in this regard. But I mean, interpretation-wise, there is some wiggle room, I would call it. What else do we need, chat? We need also Lord of the Rings, maybe, in case we need to read something. And then I would say, chat, are you ready? Also, welcome, Joe. Nice to see you. Reflective Rambling also here. No, yeah, yesterday we streamed for 10 hours. 10 hours, 22, the stream is long. I think I had one break in these 10 hours. I was kind of destroyed today. Also nice to see you, Reflective Rambling. Time to watch the epic show again, yes. So much for dropping in for 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I can see that. I also said when I added 7 hours, I said, well, we haven't even started the other plot line yet, so potentially we will be here for 2 or more hours again. But nice that you all show up. It was a bit spontaneous, the scheduling of the stream, but I didn't dare to put this on a schedule because I didn't know when I was physically able to stream again. So Yeah, I am. I also thought about moving it to tomorrow, to be honest, but I promised to make it today. And in some parts of the world, it's still today. So even though from a German perspective, it's already Saturday, but it doesn't matter. It's just one. It's just one episode. How long can the stream be, right, chat? Yes. So let's not jinx it. I would say I make a countdown, and then we slowly jump into this. 4 minutes. Okay, we start. Let's call it. We count down from 3. The classic. I'm currently seeing the Lord of the Rings of Power logo. And then after that, the show will shortly start in a few seconds, I assume. So, chat. 3, 2, 1, play. I have to reduce the volume a bit, I think. Always worried that the sound bleeds a bit into the stream. Okay, currently seeing some elven soldiers. Was, I assume, Círdan's shop. AXA Bridge, they call it. 150 things. In German, they call the position of Galadriel Landswart. That's funny. The dub is interesting, yeah, for sure. I work tomorrow, so it works for me. Though I might decide to use as background noise to work on the fan arts I neglected yesterday. Fair enough. So yeah, here we discovered yesterday the AXA bridge or whatever. It makes no sense. This is either the bridge, the Brandywine Bridge, later in the Shire, or something in between. That makes no sense that they go southward. And they say, yeah, lightning. I want this version of Tom Bombadil. Makes a YouTube channel where he shows how to milk goats and spin wool and sing songs. Yeah. There's a vision of these sparrow things. My new theory is that these barrow wights we see in this show, on this episode, they are time travelers. They're from the future. It's my theory now. So they go to south now. Currently checking. It could be a Quenya form that he's using with Menno. Mene? Mene? Mena? Menno a form of this? Okay, there's also a Sindarin form. That could mean to go, Menno. Or let's go, or something like that. Could be a weird form. I mean, like I said, my Sindarin grammar is not that good. I read in a YouTube comment that Tom Bombadil in this scene here at the beginning was humming "The Road Goes Ever On" or something like that. You find weird YouTube channels, I think, Rosemary. So north is south then? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It makes no sense. He has blushed these cheeks, yeah, for sure. He's fitting the description. Like this scene here, it's like the same as in the Lord of the Rings books. Like, it's so strange. I don't mind that to some degree. Like, I got an interesting YouTube comment when I complained a bit about this here. That, and I think there's some truth to it, but it's also kind of due to the show. It says basically, first you complain about that the show does too much stuff that's not in the books, and then you complain about when it does that stuff that is in the books, that it's that's too close to the books. And I think the problem or my critique is more about having no balance. You know what I mean? That's just very weird in the show. And also that when the show is kind of Schrödinger's I don't know, plot element, and they use stuff from the show, but in a way that it makes no sense. So that it's stuff from the books, but in a way that makes no sense. And then, like, Tom Bombadil being in the East makes very little sense. Gandalf being there also. Still not sure if it's a blue wizard or not, to be honest. If it's Gandalf. The problem is the show is so weirdly written, anything can happen. And that's not a good thing. That's why I stay inside freaking trees. If I didn't find weird YouTube channels, I would never have found this weird little thing. Oh my god. I'm nobody. It's really unfriendly, in my opinion. What? What village? Sigund. I didn't pay attention. I promise they hint so strong at Gandalf that would be weird if it's not Gandalf. Like, why are so busy for 2 seasons to tell us, yeah, this guy is totally Gandalf, and then it's a blue with it? I would find that strange as well. I hope it's a blue with it. I think it might be a blue with it. As we seen yesterday, there's this blue jacket on Tom Bombadil's hanging in Tom Bombadil's house. Because Tom Bombadil wears a blue jacket. Maybe he gives it to Gandalf, to the stranger, and then he's a blue with it. Because it's blue, you know? It's not a bad theory. I really was hoping he's throwing the blue jacket on my first viewing. No. Und the Großelb. In German, and this kind of the Gandalf reference it's lost. Grand elf. So, the Dark Wizard coming to the Easter. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. Here again, we have like the same scene with the same wording as in the books. That's in of itself cool, but at the same time, it feels a bit like copy-pasted, you know? I love how the masked people always have to wiggle their head a little so we can tell they're talking, yeah. Where's Goldberry? Stop playing games. My theory is like he sings with the flowers, with the lilies he found, and through that he can hear Goldberry or something. And there are supernatural beings that do stuff outside of this world. Der Älteste. Here's the next quote from the books. But that's interesting information. It was green once. And Tom is checking it. Yeah, wine also. The Elvish name for Tom Bombadil. This bit is cute, cool and cute, yeah. A little cheap. Very cute. There's a blue jacket in the background, by the way. And his head is also there in the background on the scene. The theory was always that he gets the hat from Bombadil, but what is if he gets a blue jacket from him as well? Then is he then the blue wizard? Is he then the East Helper, Romestamo? Or the Darkness Slayer, Morinechtar? Maybe if he kills the dark wizard, he becomes a darkness slayer. Or maybe he doesn't kill him, but convince him to be good again or so. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, he also mentions here that he's here for many years. The dark wizard. So he's here for some time. And he can make out of a piece of paper bread, so I think he can also just magically make his house if he wants. Like his power level is only in his realm is only explainable if he's almost on the power level or around this of a Valar, in my opinion. I think I put an R at the end of a Valar. Wish he's shown making magic houses on the YouTube channel. It's a good question. Like the problem with the Blue Wizards is they are not really official in a way. We know that there are 5 Istari or wizards mentioned in Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, but we only know 3 of them. The other 2 are not mentioned in any form there. There are 3 different versions of them. That's an interesting quote here, by the way. Just let me stop for a moment. So you have to go against both Sauron and the Dark Wizard. So now would be a break in the thing, but I have an ad blocker on, so I don't get the ad. The question is, shall I pause? So back to your question. Ranger's voice is too high German for you. Okay, you just skip ahead. Pause for a minute. Okay. Well, we pause for a minute. Okay, Jay, we pause. Sorry. But this gives me the good opportunity to talk about the question of reflective rambling. Do we know they were friends? In one version they are friends, in the other it's not really established, in my opinion. That's the short answer to this. Let me just get my good old friend, Mr. I never asked my fandom son if he listens in English, German, or French. Oh, great! We couldn't really have a ad break in the show, so I was asked to pause the show. I should ask this next time before that. But nice to see you. Of course, we are here again. So there's the text of the e-study. And in what's it called? Not Peoples, it is The Unfinished Tales. Nachrichten aus Mittelerde, as it is called in German. So the note ends. There's a quote from the Unfinished Tales in the thing in the book, in this chapter, the e-study. The note ends with a statement that Kurumo, Saruman, took Iwendil, Radagast, because Yavanna begged him, and Alatar took Palando as a friend. So here we have the note that both of them were friends. What was it? Note, there's note 6 for it. Gandalf remarks to the Council of Elrond concerning Saruman's long study of the scrolls and books in Minas Tirith. Okay, that seems to be unrelated. Okay, could be confused, chat. Wrong chapter, chat, that's why. Kurumo would seem to be Saruman's name in Quenya, recorded nowhere else. Kurunir was the Sindari name for Saruman. His name among Northern men contains the Anglo-Saxon word Siaru, Saru, skill, cunning, device. Iwendil must mean lover of birds. See Linawen, lake of birds, in Nevrast. The appendix of the Silmarillion, entry Lin. For the meaning of Radagast, see page 390 and note. Palando, despite the spelling, perhaps contains Palan, a far, as in Palantir, and in Palaran, far wanderer, the name of Aldarion's ship. Oh, that's a good quiz question. What's the name of Aldarion's ship? I would have not known. So Palaran, I think it should be pronounced. Sorry for the long break here. I just want to answer the question really quick. So are you guys ready to continue? However, in the later version, it seems here, due to them being mentioned being friends, we always imagine they wander around together, but we don't know much about their wandering around. There's a note in Peoples of Middle-earth. Before we continue, chat, just because I think it's an interesting question, if there's any note for it. Promestamo is what I'm searching for. Their task was to bring help to the few tribes of men that had rebelled from Melkor worship, to stir up rebellion, and after his first fall to search out his hiding, in which they failed. So both of them searched out his hiding at the end of after the second age, basically after Sauron lost the One Ring, and caused dissension and disarray among the Dark East. They must have had a great influence on the history of the Second Age and Third Age in weakening and disarraying the forces of the East, who would both in the Second Age and Third Age otherwise have outnumbered the West. So here in this text, little text snippet section from this note of Tolkien from the 70s, he definitely mentions all the time they. He's never making a difference. Like, it's like one unit. They do this, they do that. They could split in theory. It's not really explicitly stated, but if you read it, you always get the impression with the context of them being friends, because the Istari text I read earlier from the Unfinished Tales from 1956, I think they are, or was it 58, something like that. Also relatively late text. Let's say it's the mid-late text, but whatever. It is mentioned that when the Istari were, or the Maiar were chosen to become Istari, he asked that his friend Palando could come with him. The name Palando doesn't appear here anymore, and it's impossible to tell who is Palando, who is Alatar, because it's just a different node, different context. But yeah. Is it okay if I shout out another channel? No problem. Feel free to give shout outs. Yeah, maybe who has co-workers, but definitely there is a mention that they were friends. So this idea exists. And listening, episode 4 appears to be much worse than I thought it would be. Not gonna lie, it's physically painful how bad the writing is. I didn't find it that bad, to be honest. I just find it strange in many ways. It has its moments, but it also has its bad moments. Yeah, he needed support, a friend for this difficult task. I lament this just once today, but it's sad how much potential this show wasted. I really wanted to like it. Yeah, the show definitely wasted a lot of potential, for sure. Okay, so I would say we continue with watching the show. Count down from 3 again. Like we are at 2 minutes. We watched a little bit into this the Barrow White section. So we're at 25 minutes 50. I'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Hügelgräber, Tyrngorthat. This is literally the same place where Frodo later gets trapped. And this place existed since the First Age, to be fair. It's strange that there are already Barrow Whites here. Makes no sense, in my opinion. John Webster Films, we're doing a recap of episode 1 and 4. Sunday starting at 5 PM, if anyone's interested. What's also strange is that, yeah, they also have the same song as the other ones. 6 PM, okay. My dog has joined me again. I think he likes your voice. At least somebody. Harnisch. Oh, that's a cool word. This message here. Morgoth. No, not him. Daimor, and he's not in the list anymore. I find the name Daimor very weird for an elvish character played by a black actor, because I think it means dreadful black or something like that. Yeah, not much to say in these dialogues here. Very unfortunate they killed him off. They look very cool. The editing here is a bit strange in my opinion. Like usually with like fighting scenes you have to do like a lot of what do you call it? Schnitt und Gegenschnitt. Counter cut. But you have to do a lot of specific cutting things to make it cool. Like this was normal. Here we see the chains. I'm not sure. It's very difficult to make this with entities that, even though there were actors for these entities there, I think mostly was just pure visual effects. Landswart. We know that the barrow blades could also cut off their hands and so on when Frodo had them, so maybe it makes sense. But maybe they could have maybe done this a bit better, but I think they tried to make the best out of such a complex scene with so much visual effect stuff going on. So it looks a little bit, what do you call it, stiff, maybe. It's not the best action scene they have shown. Later, the Galadriel action scene is much better, in my opinion. Even though it's a bit exaggerated, of course, but... I think it's like a budget variant of such a CGI-heavy scene, kind of. It's like a compromise, which is not bad. I think for a TV show, that's actually not bad. I'm still sad that they killed this one elf off. Like, why? Avengers Assemble. The glowing eyes is okay, I feel, but yeah. They look really cool. When the stranger realizes the dark wizard is his ex-boyfriend. Awkward. Yeah, so we find some of these pellets, I think they're called, Blütenblätter. Petals, not pellets, petals. He has no name, this actor here. Der gute Theo. Theo. So she now says we should go north. The question is, do they trust her going north? Because from the perspective on the map, only east makes sense. But very nice of these people to say, yeah, we go there. Let's check it. It also seems Pelargir is abandoned at this time completely. Yeah, I was leaving definitely more of an impression. I have to a friend of mine not getting cast was a relief. He might have been that elf. Because he was a red shirt and rules dictate he must die. Yeah, unfortunately though. She should nicely push all her enemies into the cell like she did in season 1. The Pelagia woods, I think, were east. But also north are for sure woods. Maybe here they don't go north. You know what I mean? Maybe this is the explanation why they go east anyways. She said, yeah, go north, and oh, Jana Stark, welcome, nice to see you. I got a lot of sleep. Don't worry. I was completely destroyed today, or yesterday, or whatever. Get enough distance to escape. Maybe. Yeah, I also can't tell what her intentions are. She's like a little bit mystery box. You keep guessing, which is not bad in the case of just her. If they don't overdo this for 2 or 3 seasons, that's not big of a problem. If it's a mystery, is she on their side? Is she against them? What was her plan? Trying to understand the characters, interesting, in my opinion. You maybe don't have to like her, but I think it's interesting to see what her intentions is, which we might find out over time. Hello. I like the one woman shouting, hello. It's kind of funny. I also like this guy is called Hagen. Hagen is like a German name. Also a last name at times. But I had in school I had there was another person who went with me to school with his name. It was an unusual name when I went to school already, in my region at least. He's a bit cold here, so if people didn't get to... Yeah, that is true. But since these people with these marks consistently attack the people in Pelagia and so on, causing trouble, I can see that he's kind of annoyed by them. Especially the waylaying Isildur and so on. Though Esther at least warns Isildur that he should be careful there. Here we have another fan service moment in a moment. And also a fantastic joke by Arondir, by the way. Like, I get the feeling definitely that that Estrid is kind of really wants to help them, want to escape her past. And that's why she burns herself to remove this thing. This is the best scene. How Estrid looks in the scene when the sword comes out of the worm. So funny. She thinks, what on earth? I kind of expected this scene, but I yeah, here's another Gandalf quote: "There are nameless things in the depths of this world, or gnawing the depths of the earth is gnawed by nameless things." And we call it Armessen. Is here another ad break, chat? Do we have to stop again? Feel free to tell. Nope, no ad break, okay. Lochner is the German translation of burrows. It's funny. I like Gunderbale though. Oh, Spielcup is also here. Suzad. Where's Frodo? Not born yet. Yeah, Suzad is the in-world Westron name for the Shire. It is mentioned in Lord of the Rings. I didn't see this. I got a comment that yeah, it's in Lord of the Rings as well. I think we noticed it during the research stream as well. That's called Susa without the T at the end. The version where Suzad has a T at the end is in Peoples of Middle-earth, so both versions of this word exist. I like that Nori says the truth here. I'd be curious what these guys do here now. Curious what is happening next to them. I like that she doesn't kick them out basically, or what do you call this in English? Verraten? Verraten is the wrong word. She has no reason to help them. It's actually most likely negative for her and her people if she keeps those two hidden. Yeah, to give them up or something. But she decides to still help them. It could be that the T suffix might be the. Yeah, the the time is a bit strange. Yeah, I think there's no such prophecy. But to be fair, kind of predicting the future is part of Tolkien's family, I guess. The dub is a little lacking. Yeah, I think the actual actors put in a little bit more power. Also, Reflective Rambling, thank you for your generosity. Oh, Joe's Corner. Got a gifted sub membership here. Much appreciated, Reflective Rambling. Thank you so much. Only trying to find information on the Westron stuff. I'm not sure how much Tolkien wrote about Westron, to be honest. Yeah, the T could really Susa, and the T could be the article, yeah. Susa Shire, Susat the Shire. Interesting. They would definitely break bones, for sure. But Estelade is tough. They need to build siege machines. And they make these fire things on the way. That the troops know where to go or something, I don't know. Maybe to also create a road for reinforcements or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, the Endwife is amazing. I feel like visually the face of the Endwife isn't as crisp as it could be in my opinion. It looks a bit unsharp, you know what I mean? Everything is relatively looks relatively great. And the face of the Endwife or of the Ents always looks a bit out of focus. You mentioned that before the mountain split the forest. It's hard to tell if potentially Morgoth is the origin of the like he created the volcano, the Orodruin, Mount Doom. So we definitely know that Morgoth was in Mordor at some time. The question is if he was mountains, should be the Mountains of Shadow. Poor Isildur. He had some tough days. Also like the actor of Isildur. In general, I like Isildur as a character in the Lord of the Rings universe quite a lot. It's a bit tragic in my opinion. He does so many right calls in his life. And then life at his very end threw the final test at him that no man could have accomplished to destroy the One Ring, and he fails, and that leads to his death. At least Isildur was 234 years old when he died. It's not like Isildur had a short life. He was very old, actually. I thought he was younger than that. Still old, but not that old. Like, I think he got then older than Aragorn at the end, right? Yeah, Aragorn only got 210. Yeah, I'm also glad that they part on positive terms, for sure. Numbered. Yeah. It's spring here too, and cherry blossoms are going nuts. Yeah, New Zealand. Australia. New Zealand was, yes. Random horse incoming. I don't know what this random horse is doing. I mean, yes, there are random horses in forests and fields and so on, for sure. And then accidentally this elf gets hit. And why is this? So Galadriel can show off her healing powers. Due to her ring. Well, Isildur beat Sauron at the end, so... I mean, if Isildur was that old, how old was Elendil then? Elendil was 322 years old when he died. Holy moly. That's some epic age. This stunt I kind of like, how she throws the arrows through the falling torch, lights them, and then shoots them all at once. That's awesome, in my opinion. Completely exaggerated, but I think it was a cool idea for a stunt. It's not like he had cause for reflection in the tree, really. That wouldn't be so bad. I like how she lights the arrow there. He calls her Altariel, which is the Quenya name of Galadriel. Kind of interesting detail. Okay, and that was the end of the episode, chat. We made it again. My black speech knowledge of vocabulary is not that great, so yeah, maybe. I can find. And what makeup seemed quick? It's a bit. Time is a bit difficult. $48, yeah, maybe a few hours more. It's difficult to tell how much time in Pelargir went past. That's always a bit tough in film to tell. I think he had some time to reflect in this tree. I think, yeah, I don't know. Even though noticing that, even though Arondir, that he said he does not want to talk to him ever again and so on, he still came to save Theo. I guess it does something. I didn't feel it was okay. I can see your critique there, but I know. And 0 doodling done. You're wonderful and evil. I'm sorry. I know some people who really like the Tom Bombadil song, so I don't know. For me, it sounds a bit too modern, if that makes sense. I also know some people who really liked it, and it's completely fine. I like it inside the episode when Rory Kinnear is singing it. Yeah, potentially better there. It's not a bad song, though. I also thought that Morvis Clark would be younger. I had a friend who spent the day spanning others with a tombstone. was it here or in Deep Geek that I dropped my favorite Rory talk? I'm not sure if you dropped it here. Feel free to drop it again. Not a fan of Tom the Wizard Trainer. Yeah, I'm also finding that a bit strange. Like, that gives too much purpose to this character for the story. And it's a bit of the point of Tom, that he has not a classic purpose leading or progressing the story in any way. I think that's not the point of this character, so I find it also a bit strange. Why did Theo call him Lord of Palan? I'm also wondering. I could imagine because Arondir is leaving, and before that he was kind of, I wouldn't say the leader of this place, but definitely had a strong standing there because he was a powerful warrior. There were enemies attacking them. He could defend them and so on. Stuff like that maybe. And I think it looks like Pelargir was once a settlement of Numenor and they abandoned it for whatever reason. I don't know why, even though it should not be the case. So Pelargir is founded 2350 in the Second Age by the Faithful. It's a Numenorian settlement as a result, but a faithful settlement. It seems like it's abandoned, and then these Southland people came there and lived there, and while escaping the consequences of Mordor, or something like that. Maybe some people from around there and gathered there to say, well, maybe we're better off if we live here in this old settlement. It's a bit strange, to be honest. But it seems like Theo also is important enough to these people that they say, yeah, let's help him. Well, the orcs are now gone. The orcs are now on their way to Eregion, so that's not the problem, I think. He got cast. New's partner was a fan, told her the role. He didn't know anything about him. She almost killed Dinner in initial. Killed Dinner in internal flail, as apparently Tom is her favorite of the entire series. Okay, interesting. I mean, playing Tom Bombadil is kind of a strange thing. Like, he should not be in the show, in my opinion, but here we are. And he was never really. No, I'm not sure if he appears in the old adaptations. I think in some of the old adaptations he appears. There's some adaptations where he is, but on a big production like this here, at least, I think that's the first that we even get to see him. It reminds me of Viggo's son being super into Lord of the Rings. Maybe they decided he could be in charge because his mom was a community organizer. Yeah, maybe something like that. He got no skin in the game, but a really good reason to not screw up. It was in the German language radio play from the 90s, but not in the English. That's interesting. My guess is that Arondir was the only one of that refugees who had experience hunting in that environment. Bronwyn kept them alive. They kind of were like... I hate this symbol always blocking the current message. YouTube, I don't understand this. Why is YouTube so incredibly incompetent? Just put this heart symbol not in the chat. I always have to move the chat around to read read messages. I hate it so much. It's always blocking, especially it's always consistently blocking the current message. It's just, why, YouTube? Why is this heart symbol there? I mean, I like the idea of it. Yeah, the heart symbol. I don't get it. It's always in the way to read the message. I always have to kind of guess the word there. You can't turn it off, I think. Like, why? Let's move it down into the chat line on PC at least. But yeah, to come back to a message like live. They kind of were like, guess we want to follow if we want to live. Yeah. Tom Bombadil is also not in the Bakshi or the LotR musical. Okay. There are some other, like there's a Finnish and I think the was the other Russian. I think there were some also international versions of Lord of the Rings. It were more like theatrical plays and very weird. But maybe he wasn't those, I'm not sure. Was that invisible goldberry that jostled the bucket on the shelf? Yeah, maybe. It is possible. It's location. Chris, if we had the answer to that question, we would all be millionaires. They could make the heart smaller or just move it a bit higher. It should not cover the current message, you know? Like the newest message, if I read chat, I always reading the current message. And then it becomes very annoying. Or just make it extra line or something, or the formatting changes there. Something like that. I don't understand what they were thinking there. Just put it, like I have this thing to create a poll. I could also send me a super or something, or gift a membership. Why not put it in the same line? Make these symbols a bit smaller or something, move the chat a bit to the right. I don't get it. I like the idea behind this heart thing, kind of. But it should not make the chat harder to read for me as a creator. Or give me an option to turn it off. Or place it up or something like that. I don't get it. Goldberry spying on Gandalf. I don't know. I think it has to do with the lilies. Tom Bombadil's talking. Maybe he sings to the lilies and Goldberry answers through them or something like that. That's my favorite theory right now. Peeping Tom. I think Tom was put in the show just to say they put him in the show, even though it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, unfortunately a bit. I agree. Like, it's just kind of fan service. They say, yeah, here, look what all the cool Lord of the Rings stuff is in the show now. So to be fair, I expected Tom Bombadil to be in the show because Saruman, Elrond mentions meeting him in the Council of Elrond. So it kind of was to be expected, but I didn't expect him to be in the desert in Hrun for whatever reason. The Barrow-wights we know by many names, and of the old forest many tales have been told. All that now remains is but an outlier of its northern branch. Time was when a squirrel could go from tree to tree, from what is now the Shire to Dunland, west of Isengard. In those lands I journeyed once, and many things wild and strange I knew, but I had forgotten Bombadil, if indeed this is still the same that walked the woods and hills long ago, and even then was older than the old. That was not then his name. Yarwain ben Adar, we called him, oldest and fatherless. That's the translation. And so on. So I could imagine that back in ancient times, when Elrond wandered these forests and the Númenóreans, this was pre-Númenórean basically. The Númenóreans were responsible for cutting down the forest so much, and also moved the dune landings and so on. So you could say, yeah, that what he describes is his time in the Second Age, where he met him. And of course, Tom Bombadil was around in the Second Age, but I would have expected for him to appear in this context there in Eriad or something, not in Rune, with a stranger now teaching wizards how to use their staff or whatever. It's kind of strange. Yeah, move it to the emoji toolbar or something, or left of the chat thing. There's definitely space here and there. What was going on there? I don't know. I interpret it as some mystery thing that in Tom's house, mysterious things are happening at times. So there's that. Your approach of watching the show as pure fan fiction actually made me enjoy this episode the most. The show is not Lord of the Rings, so implementing Bombadil with his own mage teacher backstory seems really good to me. Yeah, I guess it's the only way to look at it. Else it drives you nuts, kind of. So my favorite part was Elrond's party meeting Barrow-wights. I also liked this part, to be honest. The only thing I didn't like was that they killed this poor one elf off. Like, come on, give him some more screen time. But they did not want to pay him or something. They said, no, we won't pay you anymore. You are out now. It has Lord of the Rings in the name, so yeah, but it's Lord of the Rings fan fiction. They should try going away from LotR as far as they possibly can and get this point and just try their own thing, creating storylines and characters. They effed up so bad already, we'll be honest. They can do just whatever. Do you think Arondir's promise to keep the forest safe, implicating Isildur, that is one reason Gondor in general is made of so much stone? That's actually an interesting theory, to be honest. Yeah, maybe. Though I think the reason for it is that the Númenóreans also make stuff out of stone, and they are Númenor 2.0 in a way. But maybe it's a combination of both. Curious what they do. In theory, we have to see how Isildur builds Gondor at some time with his brother. Yeah, it's like that. We were the first, despite our law fan detractors, to put Tom Bombadil and Barry White in to film in one single episode featuring multiple character arcs, no less. It's just strange. That plot when he figures those old swords in the blink of an eye. I mean, it's Elrond. It makes sense that he knows the law of stuff. So I also found it a bit cheap, to be honest. Like it's very fast how he figures this out, but at least Elrond. If there's one character to figure it out fast, it would be Elrond. So I guess that's okay. Yeah, the foundation of Rivendell / Imladris is definitely up in the Second Age. And yeah, the start of Rivendell is basically, you could consider this a spoiler. Maybe I show a short spoiler warning, because I think that could be seen in the show. It's a little lore spoiler from the books here. So when the Battle of Eregion happens, Gil-galad sends Elrond. Maybe he doesn't send him, who knows. And yeah, his forces are not strong enough to meet Sauron. So as a result, he nearly gets killed there in this context. However, the dwarves attack the rear of Sauron's army from Moria, and then allows Elrond to retreat and escape. And he retreats back to the Misty Mountain, to the in the direction of the High Pass, and there basically he has a camp. And out of this camp, potentially some people also flee there, because Sauron is not only conquering Eregion, he's conquering basically all Eriador, and as a result almost all of Middle-earth at this time. Even it is going to attack Lindon, and in this context potentially also people go there, and the camp becomes bigger where Sauron is, where Elrond is, so it's kind of a safe place, and this is the foundation of Rivendell, of Imladris there. And I could imagine that we might see something like this in the show. Fast forward to the good bits. Oh, there wasn't, right there. I wouldn't say there wasn't any good bits in the show, but I can definitely see how people are kind of annoyed. Only someone in the shadows will deselect the hard button. I mean, there is a plug-in for Firefox where you can hide this button, I think. But I think it's kind of stupid to use a plug-in for this, because people maybe want to click on it at times. I don't mind when people click on this button. I think it's kind of a cool thing. But the problem is definitely that, yeah, it's just not very practically placed. They could maybe make the button more transparent or something. It's stupid that it blocks the message and the text and so on. There's just YouTube, why? I think I reported this already. Can I send feedback to this or so? Is there feedback? Yeah, send feedback on this. Send feedback. Tell us, what am I supposed to tell us? What promoted this feedback? The hard button is blocking the newest message in chat, and it is annoying. The last letters. The newest message inject, which make it hard to read. Maybe move it out of the way. Please fix it. It's, I can even upload a screenshot. Oh, maybe I have to make a screenshot really quick, chat. But yeah, I don't know what they were thinking when they implemented this. Like, are they on drugs or something? Always my first assumption when I see something like this. Okay, chat. What does the chat solve? Joe found a way to hide the button. Oh. To turn off the heart, click the 3 dots. What 3 dots? Ah, the reactions you can remove. Okay, then this is a new addition they put in. But thank you, Joe, for finding that out. And the problem is, it's not about turning off reactions. Like I don't mind the feature. I just won't want it to be moved to a place where it's not blocking the current message. They could just move it up a little bit or something. Upload a screenshot. Reaction is blocking the last letters of the newest message, which makes hard to read chat at times. I like the feature and do not want to deactivate it, but maybe move it out of the way a bit. Further up, so I can solve this by scrolling chat a bit. Or move it into the bar below. Okay, I wrote this sophisticated bit of feedback to Google and hope it does something in the future. Sorry for not reading chat for a moment. Let me just catch up. So I had to do this because it annoys me greatly. I mean, like I said, I think the idea of this feature is kind of okay. Maybe not needed, but you can do that. But yeah, turning off, okay, it's cool that I think they added this new. I think originally you could not turn it off. But I'm not 100% sure. So we explained how Rivendell, fast forward, get a bit, shadows will select the hard button. I just now looked it up. They will build between seasons, so we won't see it. Yeah, I hope they won't do that. Desperately wants Arondir to end up there if he survives and see a start of Elrond Council. The Second Age being the eye-opener for Elrond to realize there needs to be a place for those who have lived under the shadow of war and find respite and peace. Yeah, maybe. Joe found the way. Or not maybe, that for sure is also part of that. Joe found the way. Okay, thank you for hinting me. I said this already. Tolkien would rather be back at the Battle of the Somme than watch this. No, come on, Sean. That's not... Like, these comparisons sometimes annoy me greatly, I have to admit. Like, come on, can we not compare watching a TV show to being literally a soldier in World War I? Thank you. I know it's meant sarcastic, but I think it goes a bit overboard. My irritation with it is when I'm modding, I can't get to the comment because I'm accidentally hitting the reaction. That's also a problem, right? If you click on a thing, the reaction button is also kind of sometimes messing with this. Like, I should just move it in the bar below, like it's all on the top maybe or something, I don't know. Either on the very top of chat or below or something, I don't know. I think the best part would be there where it's not in the way. At least for watchers, UV might be different. Yeah, okay, oh, for sure. I read this already. Send Galadriel and Elrond. Thanks, Joe, for advice. Yeah, thank you, Joe, for finding it out. That's a good thing. I think this feature must be new. I think there was a time where you could not deactivate the heart at all. Like, people deactivate this feature not because the feature is bad, because it's not placed properly. You know what I mean? So why have a feature that people deactivate all the time because it's in the way, instead of moving the feature to a location where it's not annoying? Eru trolling you with this YouTube layout design, yeah. Joe, Lord of Pelargia, exactly. Funny listening to Chris when the chat has resolved it. Yes. Three dots above the chat, yeah. I want Tom Bombadil to be my uncle and visit him on holiday in Cornwall. That's cool. I was thinking Tom looks so sunny and happy. Go lucky. Yeah, he looks really happy. Yeah, the reactions are not worth that for sure. I also didn't know that they added the feature where you can turn off reactions altogether on the chat. Sorry, artistic. Sleeping. I just had a light bulb moment. I figured out what that other word underneath ridgeline on Isidore and Estrid's map is. Okay, now I'm curious. Guys, I talk of Rivendell. I have no clue why an old doodle I did of Erestor open, but it did. Which one of you is a wizard? That's a good question. I think we have several wizards in chat for sure. I thought it's a very strange choice that Arondir exited the giant worm with Sapper. What part of the worm was it supposed? I don't know. The exiting of the worm definitely looked strange. No, there was no other food around. I think it's just a stupid joke, to be honest. I would not put too much thought into what Arondir said. I also put my finding on Discord, but in short it says Ridgeline Camp. Ah, okay. Turns out the Numenorians have found it all together. Ridgeline Camp. The spelling of Ridgeline. I don't know. Yeah. Ridgeline, that makes sense. First word was Ridgeline, you said this. I was already thinking what has to be a Ridgeline is a Numenorian temporary base. So it's Camp Mountain. The K and the thing. That's interesting with the what letter is the though? Do I have it in my list even? But I can imagine it was difficult. Okay. I mean, it's Instagram. I mean, I have an Instagram account, but if you try to contact me there, I might not answer because I just never look into Instagram. It's absolutely not my social media platform. I already hate Twitter. I don't really use Instagram. The only thing I use is YouTube, I guess, and Reddit a bit. But not to post there, mostly to, I don't know, read stuff, because sometimes you can find stuff there. Though I have to admit the searching Reddit thing is also terrible, but whatever. Which confirms it is where the Numenorian temporary base is. Ah, okay. I knew it's present for a couple of months at least. The place we see when Elendil sets barrack. Yeah, that might be the Ridgeline camp, right? The AE looks like a sharp S. Okay, so it is, I think, in my list then. Lord of the Rings, language stuff. Somewhere here's my updated thing. Yeah, I have it in the list here. It's like a Greek beta or the sharp S in German. Understood. The K is this weird other letter. Okay. Maybe it was the heart of this entity or something. I don't know. Swan prostate. I don't know what it was. It doesn't matter. I think it was just for a stupid joke. I missed them too much this episode, clearly. Yeah, I can see that. So yeah, next episode then, I think Galadriel talks to Adar, because this has to be set up for episode 6, or it will be set up in episode 6, also possible. We might see Numenor, maybe the dwarves. I think the other plot will be paused for the time being. Not sure what about the stranger. I mean, I would also really like to see what's going on with the stranger next episode, but I don't know. Maybe they pause the stranger thing for now. So it would make sense to continue with it, because literally the dark wizard and the stranger are about to meet. What is going to happen? I'm curious. Yeah, Arondir got to say Gandalf's line about the foul nameless things in the deep places of the world. Do we know when Numenor goes in the show? I think in season 3. Maybe even in 4. Who knows? It's one of the last big events, I think. Depends on how much time they need for Gondor and Arnor. And in the lore, if you mean that, like the date of the downfall of Numenor. That should be, well, when is this all down for? 70. I think 2900 something. Let me just look it up. Oh, very late. 3300. I thought it was like around 3000, but it's even. I'm very bad with dates, to be honest. They're just so late in the Second Age. I thought Numenor had, I think the Dunedain in exile, so Gondor and Arnor, had a bit more time in the Second Age, but then, no, they hadn't. 120 years, that's what they get. Now the question is how long they drag out this Numenor plotline. I think they might take a season for it as well. But the question is, what do they like? This season will be Eriador. So maybe my reason is why it's season 4 could be that in this plotline we'd see only Eregion destroyed. Next season might expand on the war with Numenor and or with Lindon. After that, and Sauron taking control, creating the One Ring, stuff like that, might be then in season 3. And then the Numenorians have an important role. The rise of the Nazgul potentially in season 3. And then season 4, in parallel, they do the complete downfall of Numenor. And then in season 5, the foundation of Gondor and Arnor, and then Battle of the Last Alliance. How else would they split it up? I mean, it could also be that next season is the downfall of Numenor, but what are they going for? What is their plan for 2 seasons then? Wouldn't say they look small. Like, the Numenorean power is kind of a mystery box. I feel like they did a terrible job establishing what the Numenorians are capable. We just see all these this beautiful place all the time when we talk about Numenor, when they show at the palace and so on. A bit of the streets of Numenor, but we have seen like 10 to 15 ships or something like that. That's also not that much. So they have to expand when it comes to this here as well. I don't know. Isildur did fix the plumbing, that's true. But I don't know what Isildur is going to do. It for sure will take liberties, but the story goes that Sauron challenges the Numenorians at some point and says he is the king of the world, and then the Numenorians get angry and get there and get Sauron to Numenor. That's the story. This we could maybe see in season 3 at the end or so, and then season 4 it's the stuff. The question is, what are we going to see the next season? I can't really make any sense out of that. A bit more Numenorian setup maybe? Hard to tell, chat. Maybe the rise of the Nazgul next season, and then a bit more fighting with Sauron here and there. Is there any big event in the Second Age I'm forgetting? They're not selling Tolkien's legacy, or like the books are still out there. You can read them at any time. They exist in many versions. Even new books appeared. So I don't know what the problem is. It's not unusual for book adaptations to be bad. Like, it's very common, and they got quite a bit of cash out of it. So I don't blame them, to be honest. Like 250 million for basically setting your signature under a piece of paper is, in my opinion, pretty good compensation. Maybe Isildur and Theo will work together. I don't know. We know that Anarion is supposed to appear in the show as well. I could think that Isildur might want to return to Numenor at some point, to at least let his father know that he's okay. But who knows? Maybe he asks himself, what are my connections to Numenor anyway? Another option would be maybe Isildur builds up Pelargir again, something like that. And then when Numenor is destroyed, Elendil and his family basically hit Pelargir, and then they reunite or something after the fall of Numenor. But then they make Anarion steal the white saplings or whatever. I don't know. I have not looked into what other creators think of the show, because I think, like, why should I hate the show? I hate the first season quite a bit, and even there I try to stay neutral, because why should I hate on something? I have to watch it anyway. If I tell if you don't enjoy the show, then don't cover it. I enjoy it enough to look into it. I'm looking forward to the discussion in chat. I'm not very happy with some of the writing stuff as well, to be honest. But I think season 2 improved, so it got at least better. That I can at least tolerate to some degree. Like, I don't enjoy the state of being angry all the time. So Broken Sword didn't like the show. Okay, interesting. The more you focus on the negative, the worse it gets. Yeah, if you really just turn your brain off, you can find some nice things as well. Like me actually enjoying Bombadil, I guess. Yeah, for example. You have to forget what you know about the lore when you watch this show. That's very unfortunate. My task is it, of course, as a book lore YouTube channel to inform people how it is also in the books. That I think I did plenty enough of times on this channel. Like while other YouTubers make like I don't know, 20-minute or 15-minute or whatever video about Elrond, I would make my current playlist hits at 9 hours. So to be fair, everything is in this playlist, but I guess that's a different topic. So all the book lore you can imagine is already on this channel here. Chris, don't talk so loud. I can't see how many hours. They're not adding up. But it would be 5 hours, almost 6 hours, 7 hours, 7.5. And 7.5, 9 hours. Round about 9.5 hours is my Who is Elrond. I'm still not done with it. I just went to the Hobbit. I still have to cover Lord of the Rings. So to be fair, there's a lot of not directly Elrond related stuff in these videos. I basically see whole history of Middle Earth from Elrond's perspective. Very proud of this thing, which was just a ridiculous amount of work. Now I know why I had to make this so thing. Here's a complete playlist in case you are interested in the actual book lore. I don't hate, just extremely annoyed. I can understand that for some people it will be impossible to watch the show for sure. Timbom was allegedly too cute. That's true. Also his little sheep. Eating is bad for your health. You get stress hormones in your bloodstream. Yeah. I mean, I play challenge runs for Elden Ring, and they also sometimes make me absolutely mad and angry. It's not a state I like, but I also like challenges, so that's a problem, I guess. But I also hate in these, like when I do a challenge run or whatever, I hate being angry on stream, simply. Sometimes I get angry, that's like the nature of it, kind of, but yeah, I think it's not good for you, for sure. At least I didn't entirely fail on purpose. I was able to get one base done. Whatever, understand hate watching. I don't fully understand that myself as well. That's an interesting theory, that Anarion is Theo's father. That would be funny. Hey, little nephew. I have a friend whose husband died young because he was always so angry and irritated, had a heart attack at 40. That sounds terrifying. There's a difference between expressing frustration, that is true, and even being angry. It's when those who are angry start attacking, insulting others. The wrench and eye roll comes out. Yeah, that's a big problem often. I don't know why some people, like, it's... sometimes I wonder, like, in my experience, I go through the world and look at things and notice that a lot of times people like things I don't like. That is not unusual. So there are always different opinions on media and so on. And there's also cases where I say I don't understand how people enjoy it that much. There are cases like this. There are also cases where, okay, I can see that it's good, but it's not for me, and good for others that they enjoy this. Or something. Like the game Sekiro is a good example. I think that's a good game, but it's not for me. It's not a game I want to play every day or something. It's just, I played through it once or twice. Done. We'll never touch it again. Just for completeness sake, and that's basically it. But I can see why other people enjoy it more than I did. There's some stuff, I don't know. Maybe some people also enjoy The Last Jedi or something, which is hard for me to understand, to be completely honest, or The Force Awakens, or even the last thing, which name I even forgot. It's very hard for me to understand that people enjoy that, but if they do, whatever. It's not the end of the world. So I don't understand why some people are so baffled by this and put out, oh, if you like this show, you are not a real Tolkien fan. I think, how old are you? Like, it sounds like, I don't know, a 4-year-old or something. I don't fully understand that. What is the state of mind these persons are in? You like something I dislike, so you are stupid. I don't get it. And sometimes it's also not like I really... like. I also covered season 1, which I also started liking less and less. And also criticized quite a bit, especially after episode 8. I criticized the show a lot and even made a snarky summary of season 1. But recently, just to, I don't know, process it. To make unmistakably clear, I did not enjoy the first season and will never watch it again. Because I don't like it. I would not start watching it every year one time just to hate on it or something. I would just forget about it. For the content I'm doing here, I need to know what happened in season 1 for the most part. And that's okay, but I would not make a watch party for season 1. But so far, I can see me doing a watch party for season 2 at some point again. Because so far, even though there's a lot of nonsensical stuff in it still, I can appreciate parts of the effort, and I think parts even got better. I'm not sure if Galadriel, and I'm not sure if it was directed at me, Galadriel and Adar team up. I think, yeah, they at least talked, Galadriel at least talks to Adar and tries to convince him to not attack Sauron or something. That, I think, her intention, because she understands that it was his plan all along. The question is, will Galadriel tell Adar that Halbrand is Sauron? And then will Adar say, I know he is, or something like that? And the question is, why did Adar let him go then? There are a lot of questions in this thing. So I think, though, that's at least an interesting dialogue. There was also a highlight in season 1 when Galadriel and Adar spoke to each other. I'm glass half full, and so I look forward to the show. Yeah. I was also looking forward to the show, but I don't know. Turned out the writers are weird. Like, I think the show has so much potential. Somebody wrote it earlier here in chat, and also in previous discussion rounds we had here. And then, yeah, you can get kind of angry that they don't use the potential of the show for whatever reason. I don't know why. There's really a lot of potential for this show, but they don't use it. And everything is most of the time pretty decent and fine. The only thing that's not fine and decent is the writing in the show. There's often so much problem. Most important, and I guess also maybe it's the most difficult part, kind of. I was thinking they are 14. I don't know. It's hard to determine. Like, it feels like, oh no, the boy from next door stole my little bucket full with sand. Now I go to my mommy and cry about it. That's sometimes I don't understand these people. Like, I don't get me wrong. You can criticize the show. You should criticize the show. But you should not go to, I don't know, other chats and people, insult them, or say you're not real Tolkien fans because you watch this or whatever. I can understand the idea or the incentive of boycott for the show. Is say it's not worth your time or something. It's not a good show, because I think nobody praises this show from every angle. Like, I think everybody has something where they think, oh, this could be a bit better. I think it's differently strong or so, but Frankenstein book fans probably hate Boris Karloff. Oh man. Even the writers should not be insulted. Like, they did work and it was not great, and they can be criticized for this, but they should not be insulted. Like, if you insult somebody, you leave the room that is where there's a door in this room, and on it's written reasonable discussion or being reasonable humans. Like, there are very few cases where an insult is maybe justified. I think, I personally think, at least. Yeah, you can say that what they're writing is bad, but that is not insulting the writers. You can still be nice to the persons who wrote this and still say you could have written this better. Like, I'm not saying that you should not critique them. I'm saying you should not, I don't know, put out like really insults towards their person. That's what I mean. Like, you can complain about the writing, rightfully so, but you can do this in reason. Yeah, insult the work, not the man, kind of thing, or just criticize. With insult you leave like some space of reason, if that makes sense. Yeah, the Barrow-wights had an interesting design, I think, as well. I think the reference for them, like we read yesterday, the section with the Barrow-wights in the Lord of the Rings, Walk Above the Barrow Downs, the chapter I think called, and there was also the mention of red and gold in some context, though I think it means some jewels or whatever. But still, I like that they stick to this color description of the book. They also had like these red robes that looked very different from all the other stuff. And if these are, I don't know, men from the first age, before they even reached Beleriand, that they look so different makes complete sense, I think. And I like that they stick to this color thing there from the design perspective. Also, I missed some messages here, so I have to scroll up for a moment, chat. You know the drill by now. Yeah, life is too short to consistently do stuff you hate. A star shines on the hour of our meeting. Ada, so polite. Yeah, that was a nice line. Also, like I said, I like that he called her Alatar. Alatariel. I do mourn the lost potential for sure. It's where I live my head. In an alternative universe of what could have been. It also makes Arondia's comment while Theo was suing up Isidore about family being whole, it a little different, for sure. Do we think Ada and Galal team up? I talked about this. I read this comment as well. Yes, I think she's got illuminate him, tip him off to who his old enemy is. Yeah, that might be really interesting to see. I still don't feel like I understand Ada's agenda. Maybe plot twist is coming. I also don't fully understand it. Why would he attack? I mean, he knows Sauron will come back and take revenge, so he has to prevent before Sauron really gets powerful. So I can kind of understand that he does not want to waste time. The thing I hated about The Last Jedi, bearing the ending, is that the team-up adventure type plot is what I wanted out of the middle section. I felt like that they split in the middle at the beginning, and then they had these separated adventures, and both led nowhere basically. And at the end, they were exactly where they started, and as a result, it felt like a waste of time. And then the solution they found for their problem was so stupid, even though it looked very cool. You ask yourself, why not do this from the start? Like, what was there to? Also, why did this the commander, what she was? Why did she have to sacrifice herself? That made no sense at all. Like, why not? You have literally robots. I felt it was very poorly written in a lot of ways. One problem that critics of some influential YouTubers, problem is that critiques of some influential YouTubers are never addressed by show lovers. They act like negative views don't exist at all. Objectively negative reviews dominate on YouTube. It's kind of strange. I know that definitely hating on the show is popular, so making a clickbait title and saying 10 things that's completely terrible about this thing or whatever about the show, I don't know, not a good clickbait title to be honest, but yeah, would definitely give you more views, then I don't know. Here's my kind of objective review of the show. It really is strange. After there's this saying 87 after Aragorn every time someone asks about age in a Tolkien context. Yeah, I also can't remember the age of. I'm very bad at memorizing numbers, unfortunately. You can dislike shows, movies, etc., but making a big deal out of it is crazy, yeah, for sure. So I think this is a big franchise, a big fandom that exists for many, many decades. It's a very old fandom, if so to say. One of the oldest, I would even say. And as a result, yeah, you have many people from different ages that expect different things from the show. I hope season 2 Galadriel will act her age. I also hope that. But I think Galadriel got a lot better, even though... Yeah, let's not talk about season 1. In season 1, she had like a lot of development that doesn't feel very convincing. Maybe to some degree, but not always. And now in this season, she has to learn that the world is not just spinning around her and she's always in command. And she also accepts this. She's even a bit more friendly towards Gil-galad. I wouldn't say she is unterwürfig. What do you call this? Submissive? Something like this, though. And in comparison to season 1, for sure. But maybe because Gil-galad is kind of on her side, at least when it comes to using these rings. So she has found an ally, and I don't know. And Gil-galad also says, I'm only on your side because of the rings, kind of. I'm not sure if that's always the case. That's the positive stuff. I always feel like a negative review is interesting, because especially if you trigger people with your negative review. Like if you make a very good neutral to negative review that kind of is focusing more on the negative side than on the positives, a lot of people, especially if they like it, come into your comment section and say, no, you're wrong. Doesn't necessarily mean good views, or that they have a good audience view duration, average view duration, retention basically. But I don't know, I think just making people click on your video really works. Like for example, I made a video I called like why I dislike Sekiro or something like this, and I get comments on this video to this day, even though I made it 5 years ago. It's fascinating. Just see how I called it. Because Sekiro is kind of popular among a lot of people as a result. Yeah, well, I didn't like Sekiro. That's why I'll call it. So I don't know. It's a hate keeping that annoys me. I just don't like randos telling me I'm a bad Tolkien fan. Yeah, I agree on that. That's just... I wonder where this idea comes from, that if you watch something that's maybe you're also not 100% happy. The problem with all this nonsensical discussion for me personally is always that even like I had the same problem with season 1 basically. It was always like I'm not the hugest fan of season 1. I always said it's a mixed bag. It does some things good and a lot of things really bad. And then it is in the middle. That's kind of if people ask me what I think about Rings of Power, that was my basic answer. So it's like 5, 6 out of 10. It's not a great score, something like that. Maybe. If I'm more negative, maybe I would put it at a 4 or 5 or something. But whatever, doesn't matter. And then people push me into the direction when they are just extremely negative to defend the show. But it's a show I don't really like. And it feels terrible to defend something only because I feel like people are kind of exaggerating in a way, or treat the show to some degree in an unfair way. But I don't want to defend the show because I don't like it that much anyway. But still, even with my it's a mixed bag attitude, compared to some of the negative comments I got towards the show in season 1, I always felt like I was a positive guy, but I wasn't positive. I was just, it's a mixed bag. It's annoying as hell. I hate this defending, so to say. I don't want to defend the show, but some of the comments were so extreme that they kind of forced me to step in and say, wait a moment, that's a bit unfair. And it's just stupid. Now with season 2, I feel like the negativity is not as bad as in season 1. I like that this is a space for nuance. I would at least try to have some nuance here. I mean, I was not also completely happy with episode 4. I expressed it by saying it has too much fan service. That feels like it was just put into the episode because for the sake of it, not because it was developed out of the story. Like, there was no hint. They go into the east to Rune, into this desert. There was no hint from this perspective that Tom Bombadil would show up there. There's no, if you know the books, the lore, who Tom Bombadil is, kind of, you look into this and think, well, to be fair, that the writers didn't really develop all of this into this direction, so we can say, yeah, that's totally what we want to do. It's like the only logical consequence of this plotline is Tom Bombadil showing up. No, that was never the case. So, and this can be criticized, I think, but if you just put it aside, I think from its composition, its pacing, and so on, it was a decent episode. It had some wonky dialogue and ideas here and there for sure, but we have seen worse. That's a kind of sad part, I guess. So in context of watching Rings of Power, it was one of the better episodes, I think. I usually give those people peace of my mind. They don't bother me after that. Yeah, you have to forget them, because otherwise you're just losing. And we can all rant about bits we found exasperating. Okay, that word I have to look up. Ärgerlich. How is this pronounced? Exasperating. And in US English, we say exasperating. Okay. Interesting. I can get fiery. The Frankenstein comment was funny. And it's a team effort anyway. I'm sure every person who worked on Rings of Power also has things they don't like about the end product, for sure. I could imagine. I made this custom, it was not used at the end. Would have been great if they used it, something like that. Maybe too little time, we needed more time for the visual effects or whatever. The planning was a bit wonky and so on. Tons of things. I know. Yeah, the Barrow Whites had a really decent design. I agree on this. I think insulting is great, and the world would be a lot more wholesome if we all insulted more. I like that. Are you as stubborn as a root-bound parsnip? There is a quote. I like the look of the whites also. Yeah, they look great. It was scarier than anything I've seen so far, for sure. It was scary without being disgusting. Yeah, that's a good point, I think. I think this huge worm also was kind of scary. Or Shelob. Shelob was really scary. But it also was disgusting for a lot of people, I think. And Galadriel finally became a rogue. Next season she will be a mage. This comment you wrote yesterday as well. But you might be absolutely spot on with what you are saying. She was warrior class, then she respec to rogue, next she will respec to mage. I need to make myself move. Thanks for the company. Yeah, thank you, Reflective Rambling. I was reading your comment potentially far too late. Yeah, I'm like almost 10 minutes late reading it. Sorry for that. But yeah, have a good one, have a good night, or a good rest of the day. And see you next stream or something. And again, thank you for your generosity. Not sure if you're still there. Nuance take time and effort. That's the problem, I think, with nuance. Like, it's very easy to make fun of something and hate it, or to just praise it without any other consideration, but finding a good balance between both of them always takes some time. Do we know if they rewrote Season 2 script after Season 1 reactions? And Season 1, I heard Season 2 script was already written. Yeah, that's also what I heard. I don't know, though, if they rewrote. I'm very curious about this particular question as well. She will go full barbarian next season. That would also be funny. Then Season 3 might be the first opportunity for writing improvement for sure. I could imagine they maybe improved a little bit after Season 1. They maybe put in some things differently. But in many ways it feels like they continue where Season 1 left off. Though some stuff got better for sure. Like the pacing, I feel like is a lot better now in Season 2. Let's hope Season 3 gets even better. And yeah, I hope the writers have enough sense to improve it for sure. Still listening, we need the Chris definition of a long stream written out on a Odious merch. Yeah. From the text would be too long for classic merch, like if you write it on a shirt or a hoodie or something. It has to be something like, Chris said he did a long stream. I went to bed, slept, went to college, then went to university, got a degree there, married, have now 2 kids, and Chris is still streaming. Something like that, but it's too long for a shirt, I think. It sucks that negativity works really well as clickbait, for sure. Especially like in this case where the show is always received kind of mixed. So there are definitely people out there who want, like, it's the same when you watch a review of a game or something you already play or know. You just want to have basically the confirmation bias or something like that. You want to hear somebody who tells you, yeah, it's bad, and these are the reasons for why it's bad. Yeah, the rage baiting is strong on the internet these days. It's so addictive, yet so bad for your psyches. Yeah, that's true. I think so as well. Watching Rings of Power with my friend, who is not a Middle-earth fan at all, has been kind of refreshing. He enjoys the show, and it's fun watching it with him, even despite the flaws. I can imagine that. I'm always curious about those people who are not into Lord of the Rings Middle-earth at all. Like when I make a stream here, where obviously most people coming to the stream know also the books or the films quite well and are fans of this franchise and have some knowledge. Some very knowledgeable people show up here in chat as well, and sometimes help me out if I don't find a quote or so. You can see, yeah, they find the quote fast, so they definitely know a thing or two about Lord of the Rings as well. And that's awesome that they chose then to visit me here, but I think, I don't know exactly how many people are not that deep into all of this and are still here in the stream. So especially in my if I talk to other creators and so on, they also are very well versed into the lore. As a result, for me, it's hard to imagine to watch or to have the perspective of somebody who knows nothing. Because I think sometimes the show doesn't explain enough and then it gets confusing, I think, for people. I get 8 comments on my tiny channel. Anytime I even wait on the show, it's ridiculous. My comments attack me for criticizing a bad writing. I'm told to go... What is DI3? You should play Diablo 3? I mean, yeah, I didn't like Diablo 3 as much, but I think it was okay. No, I'm pretty sure it's not Diablo 3. Oh, to die. Ah, okay. Okay, that's a bit excessive. Like usually, I got a lot of bad comments so far, but nobody ever told me to go die. You should play Diablo 3 instead of dying, though. When you're used to Tolkien level of developing ideas, I think it will always be disappointed elsewhere. That might be true. We are spoiled, that for sure. But it's very unfortunate to hear, great people, that you get very annoying comments like that. Like I said, I had some weird discussions on my channel as well. The advantage I have, often people would come to the channel and then call the channel dude out that he doesn't know the Tolkien books. But if you follow my channel, you clearly know that I know the Tolkien books because I'm reading them every stream and in every video. So it's hard to tell this to me, I think. And if you would do so, well, either you are extremely well versed in the Tolkien stuff, or you make yourself ridiculous in a way. So unalive myself. I was like, that's a bit extreme. That's really a bit extreme. I'm used to Tolkien level of developing. Okay, we read this. Right, it's hard to see such great stories being ruined. Tolkien is so amazing. I agree on that. I mean, also Tolkien has some problems here and there, like never deciding on the orc origin story, and we are keeping guess. We have to guess here, and nothing really fits to 100% and stuff like that. In some specific story context, it's sometimes a bit. You would just wish for a simple answer, but you always have to make a 2-hour answer out of it if somebody asks. Like, what's the origin story of the orcs? Like, what's the deal with those guys? And then, well, it's complicated. First of all, in the 1910s to 1920s, Tolkien had this idea, and then it developed 2 hours later. And this is the orc story. So there's no real answer to your question, basically. It's a bit unsatisfying, considering that there are so many great answers to questions. But just a few things. And I guess it helps making long videos. The CGI is probably rushed in many cases, is my guess. I still think for a TV show it's still pretty decent, or pretty good actually, considering how much of it there is. But for sure some stuff could be better, but yeah, then it's just budget, and budget also means time. As long as they leave my man Glorfindel out of it, I would like to actually see Glorfindel in the show, as long as they do cool stuff. You know what I mean? Like, according to Peoples of Middle-earth, he came to Elrond's aid and to the aid of the elves in the Second Age already, at the time the One Ring was created. So very curious what they do with his character, in case they put him in. But I can see that you think, well, they put him in and they won't do him justice anyway. So I can definitely get your idea. They mess him up. I mean, they did not mess up Círdan, in my opinion. So that's already good news, I think. I think that's also why I was so positive about the first 2 episodes. Because Círdan is there. And I like the actor, I like how he looks. Okay, it's strange that he shaves, but whatever. And what if I have to read season 2 even without criticism? The filming location change, departure of some actors, COVID. Yeah, they definitely had to do some adjustments to the script. Now with COVID also being more a thing of, it's not a thing of the past, but it's the pandemic restrictions are not there anymore. Are you planning to play and review Tales of the Shire when it comes out? Yes, if it's not coming out in the next couple of days. I'm not sure. Is there a release date for Tales of the Shire? I will look into it for sure. I plan doing that. The problem is, I can already tell, like, it might not be a game for me, to be honest. So take my review of that with a grain of salt. Because I don't usually playing these relaxing games. I play Elden Ring on a level 1 character just to make it extra hard for me. As a result, I often struggle a bit playing these cozy games where you just are a nice little hobbit and plant some Rüben, whatever it is in English. You had it in the other thing, right? Rübe, English. It's pate, turnip, something like this. Beets. Yeah, something like this. Human head is pate, Rübe. That's fast. The botanic is turnip. It doesn't matter. Plants, vegetables. In German, we have the term Rübe for head. I think that exists in English as well. Ein botanisches Erzeugnis für ein Speicherorgan einer Pflanze. Okay. Root vegetable. Yeah, root vegetables, basically. Whatever. They mess them up, and then I have to throw my screen out of the window. Not everything should have a definitive answer, that is true. Like Tom Bombadil has none, and that's a deliberate thing, but sometimes it's not always deliberate. I'm baffled. So yeah, I'm definitely planning to play Tales of the Shire. Will they start calling fans phobies and toxic if the review starts failing again, like what they did in season 1. I hope not. Like the reaction doesn't help, but the problem is, from their perspective, some of the reactions are so incredibly negative, especially if there are racial slurs against some of the actors, which I think is unacceptable. And then if you get so many so much feedback, especially if it's so unfriendly and so, like, some of the feedback they got is toxic, and if I get toxic feedback on my videos, I also ignore it, because out of toxicity it's hard to get any conclusion for improvement, because it's not a reasonably it's not a discussion led by reason, if that makes sense. There needs to be somewhat of reason behind the discussion, and if people are so negative, and especially some people are really toxic in season 1, you kind of block off and don't want to. It's not helping a discussion if people get insulted. That's what I meant with, you can criticize the show, but you should not insult the show or the writers, because insulting happens on a very emotional level, but you can't do analysis on emotional level. Like, analyzing the flaws and getting better is always a process where you need to sit back and have a very rational process, if that makes sense. There can be emotional motivation for this. You are sad, but you want to get better to overcome your sadness that people are disappointed, or you're disappointed by that people are disappointed with your show or whatever, and this you use as a source for trying to develop a motivation to make it better. But it can also go into the other direction, where it's very, like, for somebody who creates, it's always difficult to deal with feedback, with critique. That's very tough for some people. Some people can't. Some people are not good with dealing with it. I wouldn't even say I'm good with dealing it myself. So that's why I think they were more in a defensive mode, because they got a lot of criticism there. Fantastic orc families killed me. Orc represents evil. I mean, I don't mind. We discussed this multiple times here on stream with the orc family. I think it's a good idea to include this, because Tolkien's orcs are not 100%. I would say they have always an evil tendency, but they are not pure evil that is unredeemable. Tolkien did not call them irredeemably evil. He said, nearly said this, but that would go too far, he said. And some of the orcs, even, like, the orcs are in a tough position, because they hate, like, the Dark Lords make them think that the elves are worse than the Dark Lord, and that is why they stick with the Dark Lord. But they hate the Dark Lord also. That's a terrible situation they are in. They hate their masters, and they hate all the others as well, and fear them. As a result, they have to stick with the master they hate. But they never get out of this. And they're also, like, there's a supernatural component to them, I guess, where they also, it's hard for them to resist the will of a Dark Lord. The will of the Dark Lord dominates them and puts them under his command. And when this voice in their head is silenced, as we have seen at the end of Lord of the Rings, the orcs are massively confused and don't know what to do anymore, because they are not used to the state. But deep inside, they know he is evil and they hate them for it. And now we have in this fictional situation where there's no Dark Lord for them in the show, and so the orcs suddenly appear more human. But you have to keep in mind, in Tolkien's last vision of the orcs come from humans. Orcs were once human. So a bit of humanity is left in them for sure. This is unfortunately a part of the lore that a lot of people don't know, because it's not discussed in the Lord of the Rings stories ever. There they are just brainless, evil killing machines. But interesting, Tolkien even writes that if an orc is captured by the enemy, that he has to be treated with some respect at least. Let me just try to find this. I think it's in Morgoth's Ring, prisoner. Captive, maybe? Oh, hard to find this. I don't find the quote. I don't remember how it was phrased. Promise, I thought it was prisoner. I don't find this. I hate when I don't find quotes. I can't remember how it was phrased, chat. It's too long ago that I read this section. Tolkien. No, I need my law notes. Maybe I have a thing there. Please let me have a note so I can read to the quote fast. Prison. I think I found it. Yeah, captives must not be tormented. Not always. Orcs were not made by Melkor and therefore were not in their original evil. They might have become irredeemable, at least by elves and men, but they remained within the law. That is, that though of necessity, being the fingers of the hand of Morgoth, they must be fought with utmost severity. They must not be dealt with in their own terms of cruelty and treachery. Captives must not be tormented, nor even to discover information for the defense of the homes of elves and men. If any orc surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it. And further, even at a cost. This was the teaching of the wise, though in the horror of the war, it was not always heeded. So there I found it. It's very important that, there are some certain, what do you call it, Maßstäbe, certain rules or laws that apply even for prisoners, even for an orc. Did I not? Holy moly. Scale, benchmark, measure, I don't know how to translate this. It doesn't matter, you know what I mean, I think. Wheat, turnips, parsnips, yeah, that's parsnips. Interesting word. Would be nice if holiday meant my birthday, which is very soon. Like Bilbo's. Awesome. Geardan with beard, daddy. Geardan no beard, creepy old man. Hey, it looks younger without the beard. What are the chances they consider Bilbo's birthday holidays? I know they might do some promotional stuff or something. Some people think they were aiming for 22nd September, but not got delayed and decided to invest more time for the best. Attacking the person is an emotional response, and the riposte of inarticulate. The riposte of the inarticulate. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, but I agree. But emotions are not always a good foundation for, like I said, a debate, and especially for considering feedback and improving upon it. I've never seen anyone attacking the person. I definitely have seen some attacks on persons online during in context of the show. Depends where the stars were the day of his birthday. Yeah, season 1 was really extreme. Like I never delete comments, because my comment section is usually awesome, because I read the comments and spend quite a bit of time answering comments in my channel. I sometimes can't answer all the comments or forget. I say I answer you late and then I forget. I'm sorry when this happens. It's nothing personal, it's just it's too much sometimes. But yeah, especially the actors of color, telling them to get out of the project and they have no place in Tolkien. Not only that, they also use racial slurs. I had some people who said, who started going in their argumentation into the argumentation that the Holocaust didn't exist, which is, by the way, against the law in Germany, where I'm coming from, to claim that. And you just notice they are in some very deep, I don't know, conspiracy bubbles all of a sudden. And all kind of weird stuff. It's hard to deal with this, and sometimes I think, okay, it crosses the line, I don't want to deal with that, goodbye. You don't need to write in my comment section ever again. He's definitely a Virgo. If he's been 1 day later, he would be Libra. Okay. I have no clue. I never seen anyone like that. I've seen actors on their promotions and marketing saying dumb stuff. Maybe that's why some people are reacting. So far, I've seen fans laugh Disa. Even at the beginning, like before the show came out, Disa and stuff. Oh, Black Dwarfs, terrible, and oh god. Definitely read some terrible stuff about it, even before the show even started. And I said, maybe ever watch it. And now Disa's one of the most popular characters in the show because she's awesome. Who would have thought? Maybe give it a chance next time. Yeah, when the first posters came out, definitely died down. Yeah, it has died down a lot. Thankfully, it has died down, disappeared for the most part. But it was very bad originally. Even a year before the show even came out, it was absolutely terrible. But usually an actor in a show doesn't say his political opinion, he says what's written in the script. So it's not never the fault, in my opinion, of the actor. Here, Chris. But it was really bad back in the day. I'm happy that the debate moved away from skin color quite a bit. I'm very happy about people came to accept that the show uses this colorblind casting approach. And I don't listen to enough actor interviews that I know what their political agenda is. I don't care too much about it, but like I said, in the show, it's more about what is written there. That's the problem. Well, Tolkien added to this. Tolkien added to this that in the heat of war, this call was not always heeded, so it might happen, but it doesn't make it right. From the distance, and if you're not in the situation, it's always easy to say to be nice to these orcs who surrendered or whatever. But on paper, in an ideal world, it's wrong to do that, yes. Artists are allowed to insert their political opinions in their work. Yeah, that is also true, of course. But I think, even though, of course, acting is an art, usually actors have very little influence on what is written in their script. Maybe they have a bit, but not to that extent, I think. But they know the script before and then say, well, I want to play this or not, to some degree at least. With some exceptions, of course, but yeah. But they could say, okay, I don't like this, I'm out. Like, at least one actress has left the show already. For reasons. Potentially because she started a new career and put her acting career to side, but there might be other reasons, we don't know. But I also agree with Rosemary. Like if you make a piece of art, and film is a piece of art, you always insert your opinions into that. And that's only is then a problem if the people who see your art disagree with you. But like a completely neutral piece of art is, I think, very rare, especially if you have so many people working on a project like this here. Like I said earlier, when they get racial slurs and stuff, they are the victims. It's not like they pretend to be victims then. If you get insulted by people because you said something that other people might disagree with, and they haven't insulted their viewership in some way, and even if they insulted their viewership, like, insults are never okay. It's as simple, in my opinion. Like, the problem is with the internet and other places, they are not always nice. Like, the internet is sometimes an absolute terrible place. So many people are pulling out of Twitter for a reason. And saying, nope, I don't want to deal with that anymore. As a result, Twitter will become more and more irrelevant. And what stays back are angry people at Twitter. The problem is that the dwarves are not black in the world, inside. They are just portrayed by black actors. That's what colorblind casting means. Even if it makes sense or not. It makes also no sense that, I don't know, a Balrog exists or something. Like, it's a fantasy show. Or a Dark Lord. Or in Peter Jackson, it makes no sense that there's a big tower and there's a fiery eye above it. That makes also no sense, but it's a fantasy show. With magic and stuff. Like, dragons make no sense. At least at this size. Also makes no sense. That dragons can breathe fire makes also no sense. But nobody complains about that because it's unrealistic or something. Yeah, it's a fantasy show. And it's very tough then for people to believe that that dwarves with black skin can live below the earth. Like, yeah, sure, from our physiological understanding of why people have black skin, it makes no sense, but it's still a fantasy show. And the show doesn't put this idea that people have, let's say, not the skin color that Tolkien described, or the skin type, tone, whatever. I don't know why it's so important to them, but it's not important in the show. They never discuss this. Like, Disa is not different from Durin. And Arondir, it's never pretended that Arondir is a different elf than all his other elf watcher friends in season 1. It's never addressed. So the conclusion is, it's just the actor that is black, but not the character in the world. He's just a normal elf like everybody else. And you can say, yeah, well, Hollywood loves their diversity right now because they got a lot of backlash for not having enough diversity in their portrayal, and maybe they overdo it. They heard the criticism, and maybe they overdo it a bit in the views of some people. But it's not only on Amazon or on whatever. It's just currently we see this a lot, and of course it makes little sense in the Tolkien universe because we have a clear understanding how people look there. But it seems they say, well, we don't care, but at least we don't make it a topic inside the show that there are suddenly black elves or whatever, or black dwarves. They are just dwarves. They are just elves. You don't understand it because you're not a racist. It's a very nice thing to say, so thank you. Like, I wouldn't call all the people criticizing the black actors in the show, I wouldn't call them racist, though. It goes a bit too far in my opinion. I think as long as the argument is that this is kind of immersion killing for them. Like, I know how they should look, and I can't look over it, and I see maybe, I don't know, whatever in it, and that distracts me from watching the show, from immersing myself. Okay, this is one of the few arguments where I say I don't have this problem, but I can maybe see that some people might have it. And I wouldn't say that's necessarily a racist statement. But some people, there are definitely people who are racist, and that's why they are angry that black people are in the show. Those exist as well, but I would not say that everybody who criticizes is a racist. I think that goes a bit too far. Yeah, for sure. Like, currently the war in Ukraine and what Russians do, what also other armies do and so on. here and there. It's definitely disgusting. And then it's very hard, of course, to ask from the other side to be nice. That's also, I think, what Tolkien expresses here in the thing I just read with this was a teaching of the wise, though in the horror of the war it was not always heeded. I think the reason why Tolkien writes this here, he knows war. I think most people who write about war have never seen a war themselves, and so I also have never seen a war myself. I don't want to as well. But Tolkien has seen wars. I think that's... Like, Tolkien's a very reasonable person, in my opinion. And he has the experience. He also calls it the horror of war. He's not pretending like it's something good or so. Yeah, it's definitely a nightmare, I agree. I wonder if we will get any more environmental reflection like that of the Ents. I think nature was so important to Tolkien that scene was beautiful but short. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Especially this environmental message was definitely something I think Tolkien would approve to some degree. I would not agree that Tolkien hated machines and technology. That I think goes a bit far, as we know from a later interview from him, but he definitely was more on the side of nature for sure. So implementing this more into his works is definitely something I would not mind. I would even say, yeah, that would be quite fitting. That shouldn't be your marketing. This is currently a trend with actors. Lots mixed actors and didn't make about themselves. I think, yeah, maybe also, but a reason might be they have experienced these things they criticized, and that's important to them right now because we're in a time where this changes a little bit. The unfortunate thing is simply, if you mention these topics, it's like poking into wespennest nest. What is that? Wespennest. A wasp's nest? I don't know. Hornet nest. I think that's what you call it, right? Poking into the hornet nest. I'm not sure if it's a saying in English or not, but it's not smart. Sometimes the question is it smart to do it or not? Because sometimes you may want to make, yeah, I think we say hornet nest. Yeah. Like, on one side, you want to stand against certain opinions that you think are wrong or so. On the other side, you have sometimes to come to terms with reality that the world is sometimes a terrible place and that humans are sometimes also quite terrible. For example, the Snow White actor, she said a lot of dumb stuff. Now her interviews are greatly toned down. Maybe, yeah, because you don't want to poke into the hornet's nest too much. You will make people angry, and some of these people get very loud then, and it's a problem. Great content. I think, yeah, content can be diverse or not and could still be great. But it's currently Hollywood made to use diversity, to give actors of all kinds of backgrounds a chance to see success in film. not only the white ones. You could always ask, well, that was also in the case in the past. But still, yeah, not to the same extent. Wespennest. Wespennest is the German term for hornet thing. I think you also have the term wasp in English. In German we say, call a hornet a Wespe. And the nest is Wespennest in German. Hornet nest. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. Hornissen, yeah, that's true. But my biology knowledge is not up too much that I can actually tell you what's the difference between a hornet and a wasp. The Latin word of the European hornet is Vespa crabro. It's a Latin term for it. And they are, it is eine Art aus der Familie der Faltenwespen. It's a, I don't know, what is art in English in this context? Biologic species. So it's a species from the family of the Faltenwespen. So they are kind of related, I guess. Vespidae, whatever. That's too complicated. Wasp. Okay, I have no idea how this English pronunciation stuff is always surprising me. Wasp. Okay, the US pronunciation is wasp and the British pronunciation is wasp. That's funny. I would not have guessed this. Okay, hornets are true. Vespers, wasp are not true. Okay, like I said, I have no clue about the biologic terminology, so forgive me that. It never occurred to me that elves have pointy ears until I saw Peter Jackson movies. I got over it pretty quickly. Though there is actually a mention of Tolkien that elves have pointy ears, but it's just not straight in your face. Like if you only read Lord of the Rings, you would potentially not come up with this idea. But there is actually lore foundation for this. Some people who are criticized for being racist, considering this topic, are actually racist. Being racist is not a word. It should be thrown around lightly, like Nazi. Yeah, for sure. Blackness Wukong versus Concord is a wonderful example of how people are fed with forced diversity. I'm not sure that the diversity problem is a problem of Concord or so. I think the problem is simply the characters look not charismatic. Like if you look at Overwatch, they also have diversity in their roster, but I don't think the reason why Concord failed is necessarily the diversity in it. Like here in this case, in Concord's case, I would even say it makes sense. Like in Overwatch case, the same. But Overwatch got popular because it had a new concept for its time. The characters were charismatic. It is a masterclass in visual communication. And now 2024, like I think Overwatch 1 came out 2016 or something. So ages ago. And I'm not sure if we need another hero shooter currently. It has to be really good, do something really different, and have some really astonishing characters to be successful, in my opinion. I think all these Concord had not to offer, and that's why they failed, even though it was a big project, even financed by Sony. But yeah, I don't know. I'm amazed that so many people here seem to be watching all these actor interviews, even though they are clearly not enjoying them. Yeah, I also rarely watch actor interviews. Sometimes if there's an actor I'm really interested in, or I don't know, in some context, but I rarely watch those interviews myself as well. So I have no idea what these people said. So I just hear about it here for the first time. But I also don't care, to be honest. Yeah, that's true. You might get a recommendation for it, but usually I don't care about recommendations that much if I watch something on YouTube or so. Sometimes I check what else is suggested in context of this video, and then I click on it. But sometimes I say, okay, now I go to this channel I like and watch a video about, I don't know, CPUs. There's also Wisp. Isn't Wisp a supernatural being from folklore? Unfortunately, many people are addicted to negativity. Yeah, that's for sure. Some people enjoy engaging with things they hate because they get a dopamine rise from it. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation, to be honest. Hornets are a lot bigger and more aggressive. Also, they eat bees and steal their nests and stuff. Okay. Why do we have so many wasp experts in chat? What is going on here? Just kidding. It's good that you know the things, but yeah, I'm not like when it comes to going with nature stuff, I have no clue very often about plants and beasts and insects and I don't know, spiders and whatever. That's not my area of expertise. But I know who the second king of Rohan was, so that kind of helps. I feel like watching actors outside of their roles destroys the immersion. Yes, sometimes some actors really exist that are just terrible human beings, but they are fantastic actors. Like Klaus Kinski would be a good example for that. And you don't know how. Once you know he's I mean, Klaus Kinski is a very specific case, but once you find out that they are terrible human beings, you don't know how to look at their works anymore afterwards. It's kind of strange. I just can't anymore. I'm just going to rewatch House of the Dragon. Maybe that's that's a good way to deal with the situation. Like if you don't enjoy it and find it absolutely unacceptable, go watch a show you like much more. That's smart, in my opinion. Get yourself a nice browser add-on, remove recommend. The problem with removing recommendations is I, as a YouTube creator, I rely on recommendations. I need that YouTube recommends my videos to you people, and then you find my fantastic blue with it video and do this. Nice to see you, Valkyrie Ryuko. I need to watch episode 4, but wanted to wish you a good evening. Have a good evening. Yes, same to you. Good evening. Have a nice evening. And we already completed watching the episode, so we are done with that and currently talking about other nonsense. That is not necessarily related to the show. I also should end the stream soon because we are streaming much longer than I anticipated, to be honest. Even though the show isn't canon, do you like that we are getting more Lord of the Rings content? I definitely like to get more Lord of the Rings content. I also enjoy discussing the show with people and so on. That's usually the best, seeing what the other opinions are. I know a lot of people say I'm not that interested in the show itself, but I really like the coverage of it because there's so many passionate people who know all the lore and can connect the things that I, as a viewer, would never notice because I'm not that deep into all the stuff. So from this perspective, yeah, that's pretty nice. It might also draw in new people that were not interested in the Tolkien stuff before. I feel like if we are also negative, we don't look like a welcoming community for new people who are interested in Lord of the Rings stuff. It doesn't mean we have to hype up the show if we don't like it or so, but we can definitely at least be nice to each other. Yeah, that is actually a good point by Joe. Gandalf's wisp is sort of in Lord of the Rings. Gandalf's staff in Moria looks like a will-o'-the-wisp. It's a folklore reference. Yes, that's a good point. I remember even this exact quote, which I talked about in some video or in some stream. I'm enjoying it myself, but I also like your analysis. Thank you, much appreciated. Was the will-o'-the-wisp also mentioned in the Dead Marshes chat? No, I'm just curious, chat. Bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp. No, only there where the staff is bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp. Okay. Just looking up this comment. Apparent interest in studying the elf language, which he described as a serious threat. Okay. That's a serious threat. Instead of throwing bombs at other places, that's less a threat. Well, whatever. Some people are just weird. Could not just cover something else if they plan on doing 5 seasons? Yeah, YouTube is making some moves to annoy to stop add-ons with Chrome and stuff. I don't know. I think the cast is okay. The only thing they would need is I don't know, a better script. The streams are very enjoyable. Thank you for doing them. They were a pleasure to watch in the past few days while doing grindy work in World of Warcraft. I wish you much success in grinding World of Warcraft. There's a specific Will-O-Wisp story in the Welsh folklore I think John Ronald Reuel Tolkien might have known about. Oh, interesting. Hornets are a specific type of wasp and are usually a little rounder and fatter than the common wasp. Would you like if any actors from the movies made a cameo in the show? I mean, the one guy who plays the orcs in all the shows in all the movies is also in the show, but from the main actors, I don't think that would be a good idea, to be honest, because then they would say, look, here we have ties to Peter Jackson, then people would compare the two all the time. I think that from that the show could suffer quite a bit. So I think, yeah, maybe it would be cool to have a little cameo here and there, but I think they should not overdo it, and it would be reasonable to not have that. Especially considering that we recently got the news that maybe Ian McKellen is playing Gandalf again in the new Peter Jackson related films and so on. So I don't mind that. Yeah, he doesn't use a term there. Wow. Not bad. Yeah, it could also be like a short flash or something like that. That's true. Maybe look into Lord of the Rings. I don't think we need a shooter like that. The tricksy lights, candles of corpses. Yes, yes, don't you heed them, don't look. He also calls them at least a wisp. He first saw one with the corner of his left eye, a wisp of a pale sheen that faded away, but others appeared soon after, some like dimly shining smoke, some like misty flames flickering slowly above the unseen candles. Here and there they twisted like ghostly sheets unfurled by hidden hands. But neither of his companions spoke a word. At least Sam could bear it no longer. What's all this, Gollum? He said in a whisper. These lights, they're all around us now. Are we trapped? Who are they? Gollum looked up. Dark water was before him, and he was crawling on the ground, this way and that doubtful... What? This way and that, doubtful of the way. Yes, they are all around us, he whispered. The tricksy lights, candles of corpses. Yes, yes, don't you heed them. Don't look, don't follow them. Where's the master? Sam looked and so on. This is the scene in the dead marshes. In the chapter, The Passage of the Marshes. Hard to say. Can't read anymore. If you like music, you should listen to Wasp Side Story. Wasp Side Story, not bad. Puns are strong in this chat. I wonder if Tom Bombadil will save another halfling from dying from bees, given he's a beekeeper. Who knows? I read it, unfortunately, not very well, to be honest. Did not do it justice, but yeah, you can... I said where you can find it, so you can look into it. Okay, chat, we are talking about nonsense all the time. Should we call it a day? It's just 4 hours, I know, but the episode's 1 hour long, so we spent here 4 times as much as we would have needed to spend, basically. I can see where I could just start the stream, count to 3, launch the episode, watch it, and then say thanks for watching, see you next time. Zack. Zack. Wow. And then press on stop streaming. Then the stream would just be an hour long. I made it 4, so that's, in my opinion, impressive. Yeah, with yesterday, that was 14, a proud number. It was really a long stream yesterday. Very exhausting. Except you people have something to essen. You just so we enjoy talking with you. Thank you, much appreciated. Three dreams about Tom. I slept very well after the stream. Yeah, I also slept very well after the stream. I have to admit. So, what is next here on this channel? And that's a good question. So, we have done the analysis stream and the watch party already. I have done the first impressions. So, next would be maybe a critique of this episode if I feel like it's worth critiquing it. I have not decided yet, because I feel like I don't have to make a critique for every episode. I feel like I'm not sure what to say about this episode. What I could say about this beyond what I said in the first impression already. And I don't want to do videos twice if I don't have something new to say. Maybe we'll make a little maybe make a little video catching up with episode 1, 2, and 3, and 4 with some highlights in it or so, where I say this is a little lore highlight we have figured out. Here on the map of Isildur, you can read Beware the Wild Men or something. Stuff like that. Thank you for the stream. Good night. Yeah, thank you for watching. Also to you people, a nice rest, evening, or good night. Enjoyed the discussion. Have a great day. Yeah, you too. Glad you were all here. I also expected something from... Somebody came here and said, here, Chris, and so, and I don't know. I expected like a follow-up. What did I do? I'm just curious. Watch party or funeral? No, it was more like a jolly being together. Maybe both at the same time. Well, I don't know. We will see. Have you ever thought about making a reading stream? Yeah, first off, I feel like I'm a bad reader in a way. Because it needs a lot of focusing. Sometimes Tolkien has... Like, Tolkien's vocabulary is much bigger than my not native speaker vocabulary. Sometimes I don't know how to say words. That's a bit annoying when you read. Like, sometimes I know what the word means, but I've never said it aloud. And then you think, okay, now I have to find a way... I have to guess the pronunciation while reading this. It's a bit unfortunate. And also, it's a rights problem. Like, I think the book companies maybe tolerate it, but on paper it's not legal to read long passages of Lord of the Rings and put it onto YouTube or so. Sometimes I read these sections because we discuss them. And if this is basically subject of our discussion or a source for what we discuss here when we analyze the stream or reflect on this. This is like covered by fair use, in my opinion, and also in Germany by the right to use quotes in your works and so on, because otherwise you could not make a review or could not make analysis discussing something on a scientific level and so on. So there are exceptions for the copyright stuff, and those are of course needed, and I try to always move inside those. At least move inside fair use stuff. That's what I think it's important. Though usually you would have to be a bit closer when you read something as in context of fair use to what you read. Sometimes I read maybe too long a passage for what I actually need for the discussion. But whatever. I try avoiding like reading whole chapters or so. I wish was more like a Tom Bombadil diagnostic about the evils of Ardazon. Yeah, I always planned making a Morgos video, but I'm the problem with a Morgos video. General problem I have with making videos is these days that I feel like the internal quality when it comes to the amount of research that goes into my videos and the amount of sources I mention usually when I discuss a topic has grown over time so massively. When I made my Sauron video, I made a video purely about Silmarillion Sauron with some little extra snippets here and there. When I make currently videos about some topics, I have to consult like I don't know how many History of Middle-earth books and find every little piece of information in those. And this makes it so difficult to make videos these days for me that it takes a long time to make those. And that is sometimes kills a bit my motivation. And if I have a big topic like Morgos, just the imagination, just imagine, like he's in so many elements of the Lord of the Rings world, even if I just cover only the first age, he's in so many elements included of Tolkien's universe that it would be such a big and difficult to make video that I kind of fear the work that is needed to compose a video like that. That's why, even though I plan on doing this for a long time, I never find, you know, the initial motivation that is needed to really start on working this project, especially if I have still other projects I'm working on or have to do. That's kind of a problem. We can all wait for a great video until our Mandos interview. I like this phrase. I really want to work out the last handwritten word in Isildur's map. I can do it tomorrow. I wish you best luck with that. I'm impressed by your motivation to go so hard and deep into these, or put so much energy into into reading these words, into these transliterations. So very impressive work. Helped a lot. I usually give up relatively fast, and then new stuff comes I'm then occupied with. Oh, that's nice to hear. And yeah, thank you. That's a very nice compliment. You like the Sauron video so much. Even though I feel like often, if I would do the Sauron video today, it would be a much longer and more completed, more correct video, I think. I enjoy all the maps you use. Yeah, these old videos I still use the Tolkien, the LotR project com map. Now these days I use the Amazon map because I have like good versions of it and they are very high resolution. So image quality wise, they're simply better to use. But yeah, okay, enough talking, chat. Maybe we need to put in credits. Shout outs to the new members. Actually difficult. Where is my live stream thing? Here it is. Okay, they don't highlight anything. That's unfortunate. But yeah, thank you to Reflective Rambling, of course, for her generosity. It was not only her being very generous today. It's not in the thing here anymore. That's unfortunate. But yeah, also, yeah, there's a gifted sub too. I forgot who got the gifted sub, unfortunately. I have to look it up by other means now. Because he will not be in the credits for the show. Still might be people missing in the credits. Joe's Corner got the thing, but also, of course, shoutouts to all the people. I have a lot of tier 1 subscribers, and in tier 1 you won't land in the streaming credits. So just in case people wonder why am I not in the credits? Well, the reason is only after with tier 2 and tier 3 you get into the credits. But at a different topic, I needed like a reward for the higher tiers, so there's that. But yeah, still much appreciated. Thank you for your support. There was also somebody else who had a super today or so. I forgot who it was. Always feel sorry for not shouting those people out. Always a bit sad. But yeah, whatever, chat. I fire up the credits in the meantime. Shoutouts to these people. Thank you. It's really much appreciated. We are mere mortals. yeah, a good night to every one of you. Like I said, on Sunday, I'm for the German-speaking audience. I'm again invited for into the live stream of the German Tolkien Society. We discuss episode 4 there as well. So there's that. There might be some video popping up here. Maybe I have a bit more time because we don't have to cover 3 episodes. So I might play some Elden Ring on the German Twitch channel or something. We will see. And I don't know. In case you have not pressed the like button yet, I would appreciate that as well. And maybe leave a comment when this is here as available as a VOD, or check the other videos here in this channel. If you want to learn more about the Blue Wizard, there's actually a decent video here where I go through all the Blue Wizard information that exists. So yeah, there's more lore stuff here on this channel. Maybe you have to dig a little bit to get to the older stuff, where that's not about the show and trailers and nonsense, but definitely those classic lore videos exist here as well, and recommend me in this regard further. If you like gaming stuff, check maybe the games channel. Also want to do a video of that at some point, but will be tough during covering Rings of Power, because a day only has 24 hours, it seems. That's a big problem for a lot of people, including me. And thank you for watching. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Good night. And I would say we meet each other here when the next episode comes out. Maybe I'm not sure if I do a live stream here in between again. Who knows? But there will be content here. So again, thank you for watching and goodbye.